off of the platform of vacation. And I wasn't, but we just gonna start it over vacation. Alright, so I gotta make sure that I say stuff in a certain way. Anything that you wanna know about this knockout is in my link application and my profile application. Alright? My C to the AAAZ, right? And all my applications are in my link application. Right? Everybody welcome back. Build it back up. I haven't started over, but you gotta it's a restrictification from before you came. But they said I was the rectifier application off of the application. Alright? So yes, I am on support. Okay, so we're going to start right over again. Everybody get the like notifications back up. Everybody get the like notifications back up. And it's nothing, we just got to watch our words. We got to watch our words, and we got people sitting there looking and watching, because this knockout don't want to participate in the chatty authentication that's going on, and the messy. Right? So now they're feeling some kind of way, so they're looking, and we can't give them nothing more like it. Right? So anytime I'm rectifying y'all this stuff, ask you guys in my link application. Right? My C to the AAAAA. All my ramifications are in this. Right? Probably because I was talking about my webification, certification. Instead of my upperfication, so I said it straight up. That might be okay. Right? But see, you gotta watch it when you're talking about other cases. Right? Let's get the back up. Let's get the room back up. Let's verify the room. Let's pacify. And let's get the room back up. We got Debbie back in the building. We got Leah's back in the building. Alright? Yeah. That's right. That's right. Sometimes people get mad when they don't want to participate in the next one. Too smart for them. Let's go away about it. Alright? But I gotta watch how I rectify y'all off of the cyberspace. I think I might have said something way out. them. We're pulling and extracting out words to see what they're going to say. Am I right or wrong, right? So in order for not to get fortified up, you got to dodge, bob, and weave, and stay on your ground real over here. Otherwise, they're going to mingle, tangle you up. And you ain't going to know if you don't go when I come in, everybody
That's what you said?
You're all on the phone. Okay, tell us what we don't know.
Oh,
sir.
us?
You're talking about everybody. Everybody's on the phone. What else is new, sir? What else is new? There goes old one to go. Everybody's talking about Jerry Six is gone. Jerry Six is gone. I don't know where he is. Jerry Six, they let go. So everybody's on Chacon. Chacon quotation, Chacon state. Right? First, yeah, 2 times 50 points. Okay? 2 times 50 points. The outside internal report man, then they go into the business side. Double it. Right? Everybody try to make it last.
在就追踪不到了。所以呢，
do those five all at the same time. On TikTok, I can't do both. I can't do X, Instagram, or TikTok put it together. I can't.
Hey, David.
Just
Yeah, me too.
and now I'm like. But there's on one of his last jobs I went to a job as producing, and we were using the resources and the GPs that really wanted me to have New York Life buy. There's a branch in the attachment for the LCD screen that is like much better in terms of how it articulates. But it's like $500 just in one thing. It's like that's my best. No, that was June Sack. This for New York Life. I did it. It's weird because they've like I'm technically done, but they won't It is, yeah. But also because I've been doing that, I have to like, all right,
So your other
like this week is my first week.
did that Depends on, I suppose it depends on who you're part of.
Oh no, it was pro. It was the organization that was putting on the
Unless you're
yeah. It was also like was like, yeah.
There's no like, it just,
Yeah.
there's no resistance.
Got to remind you of like cycle.
I probably did at some point, and then just kind of went like, how do you going to do this? Just,
I did when I
We're like, what is the creep? What is the creep? You see how you're looking like, hold up. Yeah.
It's not saying much, it's an ugly crowd.
Do you usually break for lunch after the hit? Or?
I don't know, but I was on the creek, and I was like,
Hey there, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us on our continued live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial out of New York Federal Court. It is the Lunchtime Show, this next hour and a half, where we take your questions, not only about the testimony that's happening today, but everything about this case. And there is certainly a lot that's been happening as we are now in week 6 of this trial, believe it or not. Now, we're going to work on getting Elizabeth Milner, our Law and Crime reporter who's in that courtroom every day, including today's testimony, up with us, tell us everything that's been going on. So one of the things, if you have questions for Elizabeth, how's the jury responding? How's Diddy responding? Who's there? What does she make of the evidence that's being presented? Make sure to submit those questions. And when we get Elizabeth up in the next hour or so, we'll make sure to answer those questions. I have an all-star panel that I'm going to bring on in a minute. Not yet, because I have to let you know what has been happening in court today. So much. So first of all, juror was dismissed. Yep, a juror was dismissed, replaced by an alternate. This came out last week, was finalized today. There was a discussion about whether or not there was going to be more arguments or more discussion about this juror, but the judge made his decision. I mean, this is a juror who, according to the court, according to the judge, was providing or shading answers to get on this jury that maybe wasn't entirely transparent about their living situation. And so this is what the judge said. This is why we have alternates. That juror was replaced. There's apparently another issue that we don't know what it's about, another issue with another juror. That's going to be worked out towards the end of the day. We'll see what happens there. Again, this is why you have alternate jurors in such a high-profile case. Now, first witness of the day, summary witness. On Anya Sankar, a paralegal specialist with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. This is a summary witness. When you have a voluminous amount of material or evidence, you call in a summary witness to basically summarize what this evidence is, summarize the government's charts. And this is somebody who reviewed hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents, text messages, call logs, audio files, videos, images. If you ask me, this is really to secure a few points here. The racketeering charge, transportation to engage in prostitution charge, help support sex trafficking. Why? Let me give you an example of some of the messages that were read aloud in court that the jury heard. So you have these messages between assistants of Sean Combs and Christina Coram, KK, Sean Combs' purported former chief of staff. This is a message from Ryan Lopez to KK. LOL, think I saw one of the cowboys today. You can spot them in a lobby like an escort. I forgot to tell you about it. Now KK responds, by the way, how long is he going to stay awake? And then Lopez responds, LOL, I'm guessing until tomorrow night. So that knowledge component about, what are they, freak-offs, Wild King nights, hotel nights, what the prosecution basically says are crime scenes, that's important. Racketeering, the more you can talk about the inner circle, racketeering conspiracy, they all knew what was going on, that's important. There were these text messages that I thought were interesting between Sean Combs' assistant and KK about planning for hotel nights, and there was a conversation about Cassie Ventura, alleged victim number 1 in this case. In one message, they discuss adding the name of an escort to the hotel room file. There's messages between KK and other assistants where they discuss getting cash, $4,000. Again, transportation to engage in prostitution, sex trafficking, commercial sex acts. There has to be a payment there. There's this other text exchange I want to get into where KK tells an assistant, heads up, he's probably about to do Wild King tonight. Again, knowledge component. There's an assistant, Dave Shirley, who hasn't testified in this trial as of yet, wrote in response, need to re-up on baby oil and S. Then you got another message. KK texted Cassie Ventura saying, hi, Dave is at your door with the green, assuming that means, money. One of KK's messages said in part, your damage charges on the one hotel are always high. They talk about how these elaborate sexual events did create damages to hotel rooms. There was this interesting message between KK and Diddy and one of his security guards, Fahim Muhammad. Puff, can you text Fa what you need him to pick up before his flight to Miami? Combs responds, Molly, 15 pills. Anytime you talk about drug offenses, it's one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. And also, remember what the prosecutors say. They say that he was using drugs to keep victims compliant. There was this message that Fahim Muhammad had sent to Combs, KK, and an account manager in April 2023. Just gave $5K to Brendan for hotel. Brendan Paul, maybe one of the assistants, maybe somebody who was transporting drugs. There was about messages about flight information for escorts, flight information for an alleged victim, Jane, transportation to engage in prostitution. This one's interesting. There was a text that Jane, alleged victim number 2 in this case, had sent KK saying in part, he just threatened me about my sex tapes that he has of me on 2 phones. He said that he would expose me and send them to my child's father. Is that a form of coercion for sex trafficking? Force, fraud, coercion to induce her to engage in commercial sex acts? And quickly on cross-examination, they were highlighting, I think, some of the messages that might be beneficial to them. So a message that Jane had sent where I'm excited to surprise him. Was she really being coerced into these sexual episodes, or was she planning them herself? This one's interesting. KK had asked Jane to call her, said that Combs was trying to figure out plans, and Jane responds in part, my answer to him is no, and it is still no. If you ask me, that goes to a level of autonomy. She could say no. She could get out. Not the classic example of sex trafficking. Right now we have another witness on the stand, another summary witness, Liasa Penland. So we'll talk more about that testimony in a minute. We're going to get your questions. Let me bring on my all-star panel. I'm joined by Afi Patterson, trial attorney, rap and hip-hop legal expert, criminal defense attorney William Corman, and with me in studio, trial attorney Aaliyah Roberts. It's great to have everybody here. Aaliyah, I'll start with you. So good to see you. It's been a minute.
You too, Jesse.
Happy to have you in studio. What are you making from the evidence today?
I think from the evidence today, at most, it kind of bolsters the prosecution's case. As you said before, there is this idea where there's so much information that you need someone to come together and kind of summarize, for lack of a better term, what it is that is going on. I think that from a standpoint of, like you said, the racketeering component, we have the transportation for drugs, we have the paying of the hotel rooms, we have the request from his assistants, his employees, to purchase those drugs, to purchase those hotel rooms. So from that standpoint, I do think that from the racketeering standpoint, we have something here. I think, like you said before, from Jane Doe, the fact that she was able to say no might lead the jury to believe, well, maybe she did have autonomy. Maybe she wasn't forced as she said that she was. But then you also have the sex tapes that he's threatening to release that information. So there's still arguably a hold over her, even if she might have felt that she had some autonomy. So it really just depends to, as with all trials, whether or not the jury believes which side they believe and how much weight they give to that evidence.
And is consent so clear cut? Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, they already had a witness testify about some of the, the complicated issues surrounding a trauma, surrounding a sex trafficker or abuser victim relationship. We got an update from court too, so I'm going to read you updates and break them down in real time with my panel. So the prosecutor asks this special agent, another summary witness, who are the participants in this chat? Jules and Sean Combs. We know that Jules is one of the alleged sex workers in this case. You read Jules. And so the special agent, as Jules says, I'm available Friday through Sunday, whatever flights work, which one? And then Combs says Friday at 4. Afi, this is the kind of evidence that makes it look like transportation to engage in prostitution is the easiest charge for prosecutors to ultimately convict Sean Combs of, no?
Oh, absolutely. And also, I think a lot of this testimony today is just fertilizing the argument of conspiracy. It's showing how involved everyone on the staff, on the team was. We're talking about the Wild King nights, or we're talking about, oh, maybe not the Wild King night, but maybe the Gucci bag night. So they have knowledge of everything that he does. They have a routine. They know what to do before, they know what to do during, they know what to do after, they know where to drop the money, they know how much money to drop. So it's, they're doing a fantastic job of just adding this good fertilizer to the conspiracy charge. And I think they're doing a perfect job showing, exploring this with the transportation matter.
William, we got some questions coming in. Where is this? It was a great question. Now I'm trying to see where it is. Where is it? Okay, good question. This is a great question from Nest Dog, who's, by the way, been such a frequent contributor to the questions on this panel. So thank you so much. This is from Nest Dog, or Monique Adams. Actually might be quoting Monique Adams. Serious question. When Puff starts his defense, how can he disprove all of his charges when all the key witnesses are with the feds?
Well, I'm sure his attorneys have a plan in mind, but the fact of the matter is this, is the government has done, as other panelists have said, a very good job sort of laying out all the elements necessary to prove the RICO. The transportation, the drugs, the coercion. I think they've done a fantastic job. So what I think Puff's actually going to do is he's going to use the government's evidence sort of on his own behalf. As we alluded to a little while ago, did these women actually have the ability to consent? Did they have autonomy? Could they have said, hey, not tonight? And he's going to use the government's own evidence, the materials that they've already received, the text messages, things along those lines, and basically say, hey, look, these cut both ways. Here are messages that show the women are saying no. Here are messages that show the women are saying, I don't know that I want to be involved right now, or tonight's not a good night. So it does cut both ways. Again, I think it's a tough road to hoe. I think it's definitely an uphill battle, but I think that's how they're going to do it.
Aaliyah, we got a super chat question from Richard Essiaw. Thank you so much, Richard, also frequent contributor here on our lunchtime shows. With the dismissal of Juror 6, is there a concern of that juror leaking information or interfering with this case now that he or she is out?
I think that's a serious concern that always happens when jurors are no longer, on the actual panel. I think that the juror has been instructed by the judge not to talk about the case. The same rules apply even if he was on the panel still. Don't talk about the case, don't share any evidence. But I think that at this point, if evidence is shared, or evidence is leaked, it can definitely be attributed to that specific juror because he's no longer on the panel.
But they could do an interview if they want.
In theory, I'm sure they could, right? I would hope that the judge has some sort of, order that they can't talk about the case until it's been dismissed, but we don't know that to be true, right? Just because the juror has been dismissed, of course, they are free to speak freely as they deem fit. But I would hope that in such a large public case like this, the judge had some sort of order that you can't do certain media or things like that based off of the severity of the case.
Afi, got a question from Mayo D. Hi, Jesse. Watching from Vienna, Austria. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. What time zone is it there right now? Anybody know what the time zone is in Vienna, Austria? We'll figure that out. But thank you so much for watching. Are jurors allowed or encouraged to do research on certain topics related to the case? For example, on the psychology of a victim. Afi, there is we lawyers, we always say, it's maybe. There's a resounding answer to that one. You want to answer it?
Absolutely not. And, that's the thing. In voir dire, you always have to... You need to examine your potential juror because you have jurors who are really, really into crime. And, you always have a juror who's going to want to study the events. They're going to want to study the psychology of the alleged victims and the defendant. You're going to have jurors that want to pass by crime scenes. They want to do reenactments. Like, absolutely. You're not supposed to do it. You're supposed to take everything in during the trial. When you leave the trial, you take your trial hat off, you go home, and then you come back. So you're supposed to take everything that the defense and the prosecution says during the trial, and that's it. And again, that's why you have a proper voir dire before the trial starts, so you can really get to know your potential juror and who you're going to have sitting there judging the defendant, and really judging the defendant as well as the attorneys.
By the way, going back to this juror issue, the defense took issue with this juror being excluded, being dismissed, because they said you are basically replacing you're getting rid of a black juror on this case. And the judge actually took issue because I'm not going to make race the deciding factor for why this juror is being excused. But let me just give you an idea here. So we believe, the reporting indicates that juror number 6, who's been dismissed, is a 41-year-old black male who works as a clerk at a correctional facility, said he was a fan of 90s hip-hop. Maybe that's why the defense kind of wanted him on there as well. But he was replaced by an alternate juror, is a 57-year-old man, lives with his wife and 2 kids in Westchester County. He's a manufacturing architect with a master's degree in mechanical engineering. He said he's heard some media coverage of the allegations against Sean Combs on the radio, but clearly a part of this jury panel nonetheless. William, question from Ashton McComb. Can someone be given immunity if they give the government information but do not testify?
Yes. The government sometimes decides who they're going to give immunity to before they actually figure out who they're going to call as a witness. So there could be background information that they provided to the feds that allow them to shape their case a certain way. There could have been other information that took place even before the case started during the course of the investigation. So yes, informants can get, or individuals can get immunity even if they aren't called to testify. It happens all the time.
Gotcha. We got this question from Candela. I'll throw this to you, Aaliyah. Shouldn't more expert witnesses be called, like psychologists, to try to explain some of Cassie's choices are common for domestic violence, sexual assault victims, and it's not as easy to leave the situation as some believe? May I, before I throw it to you, may I give a little bit of context to this?
Yes, of course.
We know that Dr. Dawn Hughes testified, right, for the prosecution. It is my understanding there was an effort to have her recalled. That's not going to be allowed. The judge said if you wanted to ask her questions about, there's one thing to ask about Cassie, but about other alleged victims who testified, like those victims who were in employee-employer relationships, not necessarily a romantic relationship, and why they claim what they claim and then did what they did, whether it's staying in contact with Sean Combs, praising him. You should have asked those questions, and you didn't. So she's not going to be recalled. But fair question, should there be more experts that are called by the prosecution?
I think in a case where you have an emotional component, like in trying to explain coercion in such a way that it's so intertwined, in this case, it would have been helpful to have an additional witness speak to exactly what you were just talking about, right? The emotional standpoint. I would have an engaging conversation with individuals online. I'd say, haven't you watched an episode of Law & Order SVU, right? You have somebody that wants to come in and speak to, this is common for victims to want to please their abusers, or this is common for victims to still want to be engaged in some sort of contact or communication with their abusers. And that does not mean that they were not victims themselves. It just means that there's a very, 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 very hard way of proving that, they're still victims, even though they still communicate, they still might receive things from their abuser, and there's that intertwined relationship. So to the point that the judge was right? You get one bite at the apple. Your witness is on the stand, you have direct testimony, you should have had your questions, you should have been prepared, you should have included that. Of course now, we've already provided all of our witnesses at the prosecution. Their case is about to close and the defense counsel is about to come on and present their case. So, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I don't think that Dr. Hughes' testimony alone was not enough. I think it's always helpful to have more, but then the judge has to determine how fast to swiftly move the case along.
So one of the things we do here is not only take the great questions and get great answers, but not only do we also break down what's happening in real time in court, we also put up polls. So we had a poll that we just put up. Juror 6 was replaced by an alternate juror this morning. Will this help the prosecution? 56% say yes. Delay the trial, 29% say that, and help the defense, 13%. Really interesting numbers right there. Update from court, again, this summary witness being questioned by the prosecution. Prosecutor asks, where are the flights between, special agent says, LA and JFK in New York? Again, transportation to engage in prostitution, literally transporting alleged sex workers and alleged victims for the purposes of sex work. That's really all that's about. Do document retention policies impact your ability to get documents? Yes, I could not get these records. Interesting there. Okay, Afi, got a question from IA. So by the way, I think this is in relation to two things. One, Kanye West showed up last week, was there for a short amount of time, showed up. This came after there was testimony about, from Jane, alleged victim 2, that she had gone to Vegas at one point and had been invited there from this unnamed, well-known rapper, wasn't identified in court, and that one of the things she observed was this unnamed rapper and others watching one of the alleged sex workers that Jane and Combs used having sex with this woman that he was with, this unnamed rapper was with his wife or his girlfriend, had asked her if she's part of the lifestyle, maybe was trying to get a recommendation about a sex worker. So we get this question from IA. Hello, Jesse. Coming back to Kanye showing up, could it be helpful to the defense as it asked to reveal the name of the rapper Jane was speaking about, and was that intentional?
I don't think that it's relevant at all. I think that Kanye showing up to court, the best example of a stunt king. It was all for publicity. When I heard about it, when I read the testimony, it just sounded really maybe exciting. My favorite word, salacious, but I don't think it's relevant to anything that's going on right now. Again, stunt. Publicity.
Yeah, and by the way, he couldn't even get into the actual courtroom. He was in the overflow
and he left,
room,
right?
And he left shortly thereafter. Right. In and out. By the way, they went to lunch, so we're going to work on getting Elizabeth Milner up as well. William, we are getting a lot of questions about Juror 6. For example, this is a question from Rita Connors. Hey, Jesse, can Juror 6 face any legal action for his lack of candor? Also, have you heard anything about a second juror they might possibly be removed? So as we talked about, there is an issue with another juror. We don't know what it is. They've sealed the information about this. Maybe we'll get some more information at the end of the day. But I guess the question is, William, can this other juror who was dismissed, can this juror face any kind of consequences? And this actually echoes another question from Island Bourbon. So will the removed juror get in trouble? So is this juror in trouble?
So I don't think so. Hypothetically, is it possible? Sure. I mean, juror questionnaires and voir dire is all done under oath. All the jurors agree to sign everything under the pains and penalties of perjury. They also, take an oath when they're asked questions by the attorneys in the court as far as their candor is concerned. So I suppose hypothetically it's possible. I don't think it's something that would happen. So no, I don't think the juror is going to be in trouble for not exactly explaining where he lived. I think it's a little too murky, and I don't think anyone's going to want to explore that. Could I imagine a situation where a juror does actually get in trouble? Sure, but I don't think it's it in this particular case.
Question from Allison Thompson. Can the defense cross-examine a summary witness? And does having the summary witness mean that the prosecution is close to wrapping up? I mean, Aaliyah, yeah, they cross-examined the other summary witness. Does it give you an idea of why they're calling this witness towards this point in the trial?
I think that, of course, when you're calling summary witnesses, their purpose is to summarize the evidence. So it does indicate to me that the prosecution is wrapping up their presentation, their case in chief of the specific trial. But of course, every witness who is a witness for the prosecution or the defense can be cross-examined by the other side. That is the rights of the prosecution. It's also the rights of the defendant who was on trial.
Afi, question from Denise Lopez. Question for Jesse. When do they expect this trial to end? And if it's a mistrial, do they go right back into trial? By the way, love the hair, Jesse. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Afi, what do you think? So 2 parts there. When do they expect this trial to end? And if a mistrial, do they go right back into trial?
So I do believe the prosecution is wrapping up within the next week, and then the defense is going to put on their case in chief. I don't know how long that's expected to last. I don't know if they're even going to call any witnesses. That's going to be a strategy issue for them. But I suspect that at least another 2 weeks. If it is a mistrial, will they go back right into it? I don't know that it will be immediate. They do have the option of going back. I definitely think that they will. I don't think that they're going to let it sit because it's such a high publicity trial. But again, to answer your question, I think at the most maybe 2 weeks because I don't know who the defense is really going to call. And just if I can also kind of address the summary witness matter, I do think that something that's missing is timelines, and maybe it's because I am just reading the transcripts and looking at the updates, but I think that the summary witnesses need to give me timelines. For example, the bribery, not the bribery issue, excuse me, but the videotape issue where Jane said that he's going to show my child's father the videotape. I want some specific timelines. I'm not getting that.
So they are listing some dates here and there. I mean, they are. I just I was quickly summarizing it, so I didn't put the actual dates. But there's messages from 2019, 2023. There's another one from I think 2021. So yeah, they are providing it, and we know that Jane is so significant because she had such a recent relationship with Sean Combs, 2021 to 2024. So we got an update. This is now the jury's been excused. The judge asked the prosecutor, "Shall we address Mr. Brendan Paul now?" And the prosecutor says, "Better tomorrow morning." The judge says, the special agent will be on all day, even into tomorrow, then Mr. Paul, then a final summary witness. William, I got 2 questions for you. I don't know why aren't they calling Christina Coram? Why aren't they calling other expected witnesses that might tie in this whole racketeering conspiracy case? I mean, we're learning so much about her from other testimony. We're hearing her messages. Why do you think they didn't call her? And number 2, this is a question so that's my question, me as Jesse. But we have another question from another Jesse. So I'm giving you 2 Jesse questions, 2 different Jessies. The other Jesse asks, how will the jurors get paid? This is a long trial. People have bills. So whichever one you want to answer first.
Well, let's start with KK. I am surprised that KK is not being called as a witness. I'm actually pretty shocked. And my gut feeling is that KK always had the ability to go both ways. Again, I think that KK was given immunity. I think that KK has some baggage of her own. I think that she certainly was implicated. I think that she's an unnamed co-conspirator. And I'm guessing that perhaps the prosecution, in doing a balancing of the equities, decided it was best not to call her. But I am surprised that we aren't going to hear from her, because I do think she has a lot of information to give. And perhaps the prosecution decided that by giving her, obviously she already has a free pass, she already has immunity, but by presenting that to the jurors, perhaps it would have been too much. As far as the jurors are getting paid, after a certain period of time, jurors can get paid in different places. Different states have different rules. The feds have different rules. So they do get paid by the government. It is not a lot of money. It is certainly not what these folks make in their daily lives. And it's a challenge and it's a burden. I mean, jury service is a burden for anyone who does it. I actually think that jury service is very important. And I think regardless of the fact that people are getting paid less than they would make at their normal jobs, I think it's a privilege and a right. And I think our system only works because we do have normal everyday citizens who are willing to leave their everyday jobs and go sit as jurors. I have a lot of problems with the jury system, but I think it's fantastic. I think it's the best system that we've been able to come up with. So I do encourage folks to serve on juries as best they can. As a lawyer, I get questions all the time from friends. Well, how do I get out of jury duty? And my response is, please don't. Please don't.
Wow. Okay. So first of all, great response.
Thank you.
And I'm not just, it's a great response, but I'm a little distracted from the court update. Judge asks, what witnesses would the defense be putting up on Friday? Okay, here we go. Mark Agnifilo, Sean Combs' defense counsel, says 3 witnesses: Vashta Wilson, Stephen Lynn, we don't really know the last name exactly, and a paralegal in our office. Prosecutor says, we don't have any of those charts yet. Judge says, in terms of a defense expert, I'd like the Daubert issues teed up. And the prosecutor says, we'll work on it. Sean Combs' attorney, Ms. Shapiro, says, we'll be providing the government with a supplemental response to Dr. Hughes' actual testimony. So obviously we knew they were going to rebut that testimony of Dr. Dawn Hughes talking about the relationship between an abuser and a victim. Put that on pause. Aaliyah, we do have a super chat question. Another one from Richard Essiaw. Richard, thank you so much. If KK, Christina Quorum, is named as a co-conspirator by the prosecution, how is D-Rock not also named as one? His name is incessantly brought up also.
And just for clarification to answer the question, D-Rock was the security guard that also was responsible for doing. I think it is, like we said earlier, a balancing of the inequities. I think that at this point, D-Rock has already testified. I think to then name him as a co-conspirator after he's already given testimony and arguably some sort of immunity would probably be, not advantageous to the prosecution. I think that KK should have been named as a co-conspirator. That might have been more reason to actually be a prosecution witness and try to, garner herself an own deal to protect herself from going to jail, right? But I also think that, as we've been talking about earlier, she has had a very, very long relationship with Puff or Diddy or Love, however you refer to him nowadays. And I think that there's no way to determine how much of her testimony would be influenced by him. We know that he's still paying, I think Jane Doe 2 or Jane Doe 1's rent from jail. So we know that he still has enough funds to still have some sort of influence. So I think it wouldn't be a hard argument to make that she's being influenced by Combs even now.
Afi, just going back to these witnesses. So Vashta Wilson, I did a quick LinkedIn search, says Vice President of Operations at Bad Boy Entertainment. There's another article talking about that Vashta Wilson might head up human resources. Don't know who Stephen Lynn something is. And then the paralegal in the defense attorney's office. Any thoughts?
So Vashta Wilson, I'm thinking if she's dealing with human resources, that may go to rebutting the forced labor issue, because I definitely think they have him, they've proven the prostitution issues, but, there's a forced labor issue that I think the prosecution has done a really fantastic job of establishing. And, I'll never forget the statement. Oh my God, I've forgotten it. But to get tired is to be fired. We're working 20-hour days.
David James, I think, testified to that. I think it was David James.
So I'm thinking, they definitely need her to maybe rebut those issues. But also there's a Robin who's come up twice, and Robin is the accountant. Robin is, she knows where the bodies are buried. So I'm wondering why she hasn't been called, or why we haven't seen just more evidence and more discussion about this Robin person.
By the way, Afi, do you think the jury will say, why wasn't this person called? Why wasn't this person called? Do you think that's going to come up in deliberations?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You need to give the jury what they want to see, what they want to hear, and what they're used to. And what are they used to? They're used to Law and Order, they're or LA Law, or whatever you grew up with in your generation, The Practice, Bobby Donald. That's what you need to feed them just a little bit of. So they're going to be wondering these things. So yeah.
William, question from Sam Hess all the way from Iran. How close are prosecutors to securing a lifetime conviction for Diddy? I mean, it's the central question here.
Again, I think the prosecution has done a really good job here. I think that they have hit all the elements for these RICO charges. I really think they have now. And I think they've proven them. I really do. Now, we know that obviously Combs's lawyers are going to put up their own witnesses, and they're going to try to rebut all these things, as we talked about just a second ago. So maybe they'll be able to ding it up a little bit, but I think the prosecution's come pretty close here, and I think the defense attorneys are going to have a tough time overcoming it.
Okay, Leah, this is a big one. This is from SL600. How is the jury integrity maintained without them being sequestered? I mean, there was a question before. Are they doing their own research? We just got to hope for the best.
Yes, I think that, as we all know, after every court day, the judge tells you, don't talk about the case, don't look up any information about the case, don't research the case, don't do anything besides go home, go to sleep, and then come back the next day. I think it's always very difficult when you have a very high publicity trial like this one, because you could be driving home on the radio and they're summarizing what was in court, right? I think the idea is, as you said earlier, jurors are under oath. They, have sworn to, take all the evidence and render a decision. So one would hope that they would, stay at their word and not, research any information, not look up. But, curiosity killed the cat. So do we know 100% for certain whether or not they're doing that? No. But I think we have to trust and rely that they take their job seriously and that they're upholding the oath they took when they became jurors.
William, we had another question that came in that's come up a lot during the course of this 6 weeks so far. 6 weeks. This is from Danny. Why are some non-witnesses called by name in open court, but when and we talked about it before, the Icon rapper was mentioned, his name was not used in open court? I guess that's a fair question. Why are some people being named and others not being named?
So, I mean, obviously we know people like, Jane and Mia have been given leave from the court to testify and to be in court under some sort of some sort of anonymous statement. That's not surprising. I mean, victims of domestic violence, victims of sexual assault often are granted that in certain circumstances. As far as why the unnamed rapper goes, I'm not sure what led to that. I mean, I think we've all been talking about who we think it is, but I'm not exactly sure what decisions led to that person not being named. I'm not sure it's really relevant, and I think that it's probably damaging enough to that person's personal integrity, damaging enough to them personally that they decided that they weren't going to throw names out there. That's my guess. It's a good guess, but it's just a guess nonetheless.
Yeah, I wonder if it would distract from the issues in this case. Is it necessary? Would it unfairly, embarrass them revealing these private details? When I think the point being made, her having this alleged conversation with him, I think it goes to the idea for the defense. First of all, was it might have been taboo what Sean Combs was doing, but was it a crime? You got somebody else that was interested. Also, her communications with this rapper was a source of, it seemed to be a contention, source of issues with her and Sean Combs. So I think the point was made without even having to really expand upon who that person is. Okay, Afi, Lisa5472 asks, Jesse, can they call Christina Coram after the defense rests if she wasn't called by them? Let me just tweak that. Let me ask you this. Do you think the defense will call Christina Coram, or will they call her as a rebuttal witness, the prosecution? What do you think?
So I have the same question. Why is she not being called by the prosecution in the first place? My thought was maybe she'll plead the fifth, and we can get enough information, or they can get enough information from her via these text messages that they're reading, which is incredibly revealing. And of course, you can't cross-examine examine the text messages. I don't know that the defense would call her. I don't think they should. I think it would expose them to too much, because just like I believe this accountant Robin knows where the bodies are buried, Christina Coram definitely knows where the bodies are buried. The prosecution has called her an unindicted co-conspirator during this trial. I think she knows too much, and it would expose the defense. And Can the prosecution call her as a rebuttal witness? Yes. Will they? I don't think they need to. I think they're getting just enough that they're getting the material, the information that they need from these text messages that the summary witnesses are reading in court.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we're talking about the summary witnesses who are going to sandwich the rest of this trial, right? So we have two that have been called today. We got a question from Tony Tokes. Is Brendan Paul testifying today this week? Probably not today, but it seems like after this summary witness, then he'll testify this week, and then you're going to have another summary witness for the prosecution. Have an update in court. Judge asks, what witnesses would... Oh, we already went through that. We already went through that. Sorry, I read that again. Oh, this is Sean Combs' defense counsel says, this special agent has no personal knowledge. She's just connecting up exhibits and asking the jurors to interpret them. This is not appropriate for a summary witness. It's just hotel records and flight records. It's interesting when you think about summary witnesses and what the purpose of them are. Do you think this is a fair objection by the defense?
I think it is fair. I think that it'll be overruled because of the simple fact that the evidence is all there. As a summary witness, yes, and they're a special agent, there is some knowledge. It's a very broad determination as to what personal knowledge is. I'm sure this agent has reviewed the records. I'm sure they've reviewed them consistently and repeatedly. So I do think that they might have enough knowledge to testify to them. Now, we don't the argument that they don't have personal knowledge of every specific detail. I mean, did you make that objection with every summary witness? And if you didn't, then why are we objecting to this special agent specifically?
Let me throw another, not even a question, get your reaction to this poll. Do you think the testimony of these summary witnesses are more effective than the victim's testimony? 38% say it's unclear, 31% say yes, and 29% say no. It's interesting because I was always wondering if the jurors sitting back for these last few weeks trying to connect all the dots, they may be lost. They may be like, how does this relate to this? How does this relate to this? What's racketeering again? These messages, right, might be, and they're selective, right? These summary witnesses are being asked. It might be more of a clear-cut example of what the prosecution is trying to show here, right? You think? I mean, I can kind of understand that poll.
I think so, yes. I also think that, there's always that percentage of individuals that, the victims is more of an emotional pull versus, actual evidence being presented, even though we know that the witness testimony is evidence. We also know that sometimes, if you go back to them, the defense counsel wanting Cassie Ventura to be seated when she was testifying already when the jury came in because they didn't want any type of bias to the fact that she was pregnant and they didn't want the jury to see that, right? There's always that emotional component that you try to have be avoided when you're as a defense counsel, right? We don't want the jury to see that. But I also think that when you have summary witnesses, they present the facts, right? They can also tie in the witness testimony, but also present all the other evidence outside of the actual victims to put together the case. And that's helpful, like you said before, when there's a trial that's been going on now for 6 weeks.
Yep. Okay, William, got a question from Mercedes Gummy. Aside from witness statements and text messages, what irrefutable evidence is there in summary for the prosecution besides the hotel video?
Sure. There's flight records. There are bank records. There are hotel receipts. There's all sorts of things like that. I mean, again, the summary witnesses aren't flashy. I mean, that's not exciting, riveting testimony. It's sort of like if you have a drug case, right? There usually is a drug analyst who testifies that, yes, these are the things I did, and it's cocaine. It's crucial. It's important because someone needs to connect the dots. It's not particularly exciting, but it is necessary. So yeah, there is irrefutable evidence in terms of documents, and I think that's what the summary witnesses are providing.
Afi, question from Lily Gazarian. Hi, Jesse. Do you think the defense will call the mother of his kids?
No. I don't know why. I don't know what the relevance would be. And he's got a few, but I don't know, they haven't really been brought up during the trial. So I don't know what they can offer to refute anything that's been raised. And they certainly won't be talking about his character because, again, the defense, their argument is he's done some bad things. We know that, that's kind of irrefutable. So I don't know what the mothers of the children could be called to say other than he's a good guy and he's a father. It's not really relevant. So no.
Got an update from court. Prosecutor Comey asks or says, Mr. Combs and Jules Theodore were discussing being in the same place at the same time. If this objection is sustained, we'll just have the special agent read in every text message. The judge says the witness has no personal knowledge. She put together the chart. So it becomes a question about what she can testify to or not. Okay. Ready for a question for everybody here? I'll start with you, Leah. Here we go. This is from Rappers Trials. With the evidence, would Diddy get convicted so far?
I think so. Yes,
Okay.
I do think so.
What do you think he'll get convicted of?
I think that at minimum we have the RICO charge. I think
Minimum RICO charge.
Yes, I think we have the RICO charge. I think we have conspiracy. I do think there's enough for the RICO charge, and I also think there's enough for the actual prostitution portion of the sex trafficking.
Yep.
I think the sex trafficking, as we said before, we have receipts, payments. We have sex workers that have testified.
Well, that's the prostitution, transportation to engage in prostitution. You think they have sex trafficking, forced forward coercion for both Jane and Cassie?
I don't know for Jane. I think for Cassie, yes. And
Okay.
the reason I think for Cassie, yes, is because there has been she's testified to at least 2 or 3 times that she tried to get away from him, and then she was brought back either involuntarily or voluntarily, right? We've had the Kid Cudi testimony of her trying to date someone else and him blowing up the car. We have her mother mortgaging their home because he threatened to release the sex tapes and having to pay him $20,000. I think she's a star witness, right? I think her alone might be enough. I think that the problem is the second testimony of Jane 1 kind of murkies the waters for that, but I don't know that that's going to kind of dispute the testimony from Cassie Ventura specifically.
Afi, we got multiple charges here. We got racketeering, conspiracy, transportation to engage in prostitution. There are 2 charges there, and 2 charges of sex trafficking by force, fraud, coercion. You think there's enough to get that he would be convicted if the jury went to deliberate today?
Absolutely. I definitely think there's enough with just the racketeering charge. I think there's enough with respect to Cassie's matter. I don't think, I think it's count 4, whatever happened with Jane Doe in 2021 through 2024. I don't think that there's enough. I think, if anything, what her testimony did was shine a light, if I can say, on Cassie's matter, and it bolstered Cassie's situation, because we know with Jane, she was not beaten and abused. She was 35, I believe, whereas Cassie was 19 when this happened. And there are just so many stark differences in, with respect psychologically, I think, to Jane's matter and the autonomy and agency that Jane had that Cassie didn't have. So I think that it just bolsters Cassie's testimony and all of the surrounding circumstances and the witnesses that testified toward Cassie's matter. So I definitely think that they've proven enough, especially with respect to the conspiracy, because I didn't know where they were going to go with proving the conspiracy, but we have enough evidence with respect to KK's knowledge of the King nights, the Gucci bag nights, going to the hotel to prepare, knowledge of what's going on during, knowledge of scheduling the prostitutes to come into town and pay them. We just have enough. Again, I don't think that there's enough with respect to Jane's matter, but so far on the basic elements, yeah, you got enough.
All right. I mean, again, for racketeering conspiracy, you have this criminal agreement, a common association, common purpose, method and mean. They have to prove at least 2 underlying crimes, right? So forced labor, kidnapping, sex trafficking. There's a prostitution angle. There's drug offenses. And so, they've presented a lot. But now I go to William. William, you think that there is enough at this point that they could convict him of something?
Absolutely. I think that the prosecution has laid out all these charges really well. I suppose the Jane question is still a live one. But if I were the prosecution, it was not guilty on that 1 count, but guilty on the other 4. I'd consider that a win. But I think that they've hit. I think they're there. And I think there's a chance that if the jury's hung up on anything, it's anything involving Jane. But I think other than that, it's a clear-cut guilty across the board.
Maybe. I think the transportation to engage in prostitution feels like the most straightforward path. The defense could say, well, he really didn't know what he was. It's tough for me even to argue this, but basically, he's paying for their time and experience and not prostitution per se. How much was he involved in actually paying for things himself or transporting things himself? But that's why today these summary witnesses are so important in the messages. I still think RICO is 75% there. Yes, I think there's evidence for underlying crimes, but this idea of everybody on the same page, there was a conspiracy. Was it just to protect him, benefit the businesses? I could see it. I could see them checking it. I think when it comes to sex trafficking for Jane, it's more of an open. It's kind of a question mark. They do, I think, have some more concrete examples for sex trafficking of Cassie, but it's difficult to know. It's difficult to know what the jury thinks at this point. And again, we haven't even seen the defense's case. Aaliyah, got a question here. I think it's Kiara, so I apologize. It's either Ciara or Kiara Salmon. Do you think the defense would have handled Diddy's case differently if he had not released the apology video? So the video where he apologizes after CNN had published the video of him beating Cassandra Ventura. Thanks, Jesse, and pro panel, Kiara from Ireland.
I don't think so. I think that the video, if anything, kind of is what you expect from someone who is from this large, arguably a mogul to a lot of people prior to, a lot of these charges coming out. I think that the concrete evidence as far as him paying for that video, right? Because this is not the first time. I don't know if anyone's chronicling online like I am. This isn't the first time that we've seen that video. We've heard about this video for years. We've heard about, there's been rumblings about the domestic violence with Cassie specifically for years, and it's just now coming out in this trial from an evidence standpoint. But I think that it's been, I wouldn't say public knowledge, but it's been knowledge for some time now, right? So, sorry, go ahead, Ed.
No.
Yeah, it's been knowledge for some time now. So I think that, I don't think they would handle it differently. I think the video is just, you can't argue, that was my guilt. That was me trying to save face for covering the fact that I'm losing money, I'm losing businesses, I'm losing clients. I'm trying to protect myself from that standpoint.
Well, I mean, they did try to make a pretrial argument about, was the video manipulated? Was it altered? Does it purport to show? One of the arguments that was presented, I think, by the prosecution was, he basically admitted it was him. What are we talking about here? So that one kind of, he painted himself in a corner, but his apology video was a small part of this case. The actual video itself, the 2016 video, is a huge part of this case. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're getting Elizabeth Milner up. So if you have any questions for Elizabeth about what she observed in court today, shoot them over. We'll make sure to answer it. We'll be right back right after this. All right, welcome back, everybody. So we have with us Law&Crime's in-court reporter, Elizabeth Milner, who has been there every day of this currently 6-week trial, the Sean Diddy Combs federal court case. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. It's great to see you. We have so many questions coming in. Aside from the fact that Marion DN, who says, meanwhile in London, not me delaying the family dinner to see Elizabeth come on. So you have a lot of people who are waiting to hear you. Let me ask you this. We got a question that came in from Allison Jones. Question for Elizabeth. Which team looks more worried, the defense or the prosecution?
Was that which team looks more ready? Is that what the question
was?
Worried. Oh, okay. That's a good question. Yeah, I think it kind of goes a little bit of both ways because obviously we're kind of on the heels of what is about to be the defense case, right? And so I think they're kind of collecting everything, making sure all their ducks are in a row. But also with the government's case, I'm wondering, from the most part, from what we're understanding, it seems like the next big witness per se is going to be Brendan Paul. So as Brendan Paul's going to be one of the final witnesses, I'm wondering, do they have kind of something up their sleeves? Is there going to be kind of this big shocker moment with his testimony? Because outside of him testifying this week, we're really just hearing a lot from summary witnesses at this point. And so I'm wondering at this point also who might be a little bit more worried. But I think with the dismissal of the juror that happened this morning, it seemed like the defense might be a teensy, and I say that very, very lightly, might be a teensy bit worried. They seemed a little upset that the juror was dismissed.
Can we talk about this? Talk to us about what happened with the juror today that was dismissed. And also, apparently, there's an issue with another juror too. What's going on?
Yeah, so I think a lot of us wanted to know what was going to be happening to juror number 6. Now, we learned on Friday that the judge was leaning towards dismissing the juror, but then Xavier Donaldson, he got up, he kind of made this really impassioned speech about why this particular juror should stay on, and a lot of it had to do with race and diversity on the jury, and if that juror were to be dismissed, what kind of message would that send to other potential jurors too? And so, you know, the judge weighed both decisions really, and took the weekend to kind of think things over. So we learned about what his ultimate ruling was going to be first thing. And so he really kind of took into account what the defense had. And they released a filing over the weekend that I think was about 15 pages long of all the reasons why this particular juror shouldn't be dismissed. Also kind of throwing a little bit of light shade here and there to the prosecution. And so the judge took that all in, and he said this morning, you know, I understand its importance, but this amount of scrutiny isn't necessarily necessary. And so the judge was like, the inconsistencies from the juror raised a lot of these issues as far as why he was ultimately dismissed. So the judge said he went back, he looked at the record closely from voir dire, also to what the discussions were around the roving room, because remember everybody, a lot of these inconsistencies really kind of had to do with this particular juror and whether or not he really revealed where he was truly living, whether or not it was in Jersey or in the Bronx. And so the judge went back, looked at everything, and said that he had serious concerns about the candor and how the jury, this particular juror, might have skewed his answers to stay on the jury. And so he said this might be threatening the integrity of the jury process. And so the defense did bring up in their arguments that replacing this juror with a white juror might send the wrong message. And they were even trying to argue that this should be grounds for a mistrial. And then the judge was kind of like, I don't think there are grounds for a mistrial here. What we're ultimately going to do is just dismiss the juror. Now, as far as the other juror that's possibly being talked about right now, we don't know the full extent of what that is. We believe that possibly it might have had to do with what happened on Friday when the judge released all of us out of the courtroom, closed the doors, locked the doors to really kind of discuss what we initially thought was the juror number 6 issue, but it turns out it might have to do with whatever happened to this other juror. So as far as I could tell, really only one juror was dismissed, and we kind of saw like a little shift in the change of the jury box where everyone, beginning I think it was from the second row, kind of trickling into the first row, just moved down one seat. And so we did see the new juror seated and everything like that, and then we still see the alternates in the back row, but we're kind of waiting to see more information about what this possible other juror issue might be. And so hopefully we'll learn about that more at the end of the day.
Speaking of the jurors, we had a question that just came in from 1989. A question for Elizabeth. Do the jurors look like they've heard enough?
I mean, it's a lot of testimony that they've been hearing and listening to for weeks on end. I'm wondering, did they hear enough? Or are they kind of feeling like everything is feeling just a little bit repetitive? That question definitely goes through my mind a little bit, especially since we're doing a lot of summary charts, summary witnesses, where it's just a lot of charts and a lot of text messages, that type of thing. But they still have to be in it because we still have the defense's case to get through. So from what I've seen today, even with this juror now dismissed, that I have seen them still being attentive, still taking their notes. But I'm kind of wondering too, like, how much information does this jury need? But from the government's case, they still need a little bit more before they can finally rest their case.
And look, Elizabeth, you're one of the rare people who actually gets to see these arguments unfold. You see the style of the attorneys. You see the reaction, which is why we have this question that comes in from Enlin DK. You were talking about Xavier Donaldson, right? How did you feel, Elizabeth, about Donaldson's arguments?
That's kind of a hard question for me to ask. You really threw me in there, Jesse. I understood where he was going with, right? Like, I understood the impassion that he has, especially when it comes to race relations and the fact that it really has to do with just this diverse of a jury that we're really seeing. And, this being like one of the first federal trials that I'm covering, I'm not seeing kind of the same like things that maybe Xavier Donaldson is seeing, right? Like, he has been practicing law, and I hate to put it this way, since I was like a little kid. And so he's had lots of experience kind of seeing that the diversity pool. I got that out there. But I don't have kind of that same, I guess, relation that he does as being a lawyer, being a criminal defense attorney. And so I understood where his argument was coming from, right? But I also was kind of also wondering, why were they so keen on having this particular juror when altogether this jury pool is very diverse from what I'm seeing? And so I understood his argument, but I also saw kind of both ways when it came to why this particular juror was dismissed. And I think, honestly, the judge made the right decision here.
Let me ask you about Christina Coram, because we have a question that came in, and you're an expert in this case since you've been following it. And by the way, today, Christina Coram has maybe come up more in these exhibits, in this evidence from this summary witness, more than throughout this trial. Question from Mikey John. Elizabeth, are you surprised that KK wasn't called to the stand yet?
Yes, absolutely. Like, that, no brainer. I'm truly surprised that she's not being called as a government witness, especially because they have her devices. She could be somebody who could really kind of tie up the loose ends or maybe answer the questions that a lot of us still have in our brains. And so I'm really surprised that, especially as we're trickling down to the end of the government's case, that the next witness isn't Christina Coram. And I'm wondering at this point, is it possible the defense might call her? And if the defense does call her, what that could look like. And so I'm really and truly surprised that they're using her devices. The government is, but they're not calling her as a witness. So yes, definitely surprised there.
And we have a question from Allison Thompson about the judge, Judge Arun Subramanian. What has the judge's body language been like? Do you get any vibes as to which side is favored? Well, the judge shouldn't favor any side, but do you get a, I mean, we don't know how he's behaving, what his demeanor's like. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so as far as the judge's demeanor, all across the board from what I've seen so far during this trial and even during the pre-trial hearings, is that he's very fair. Like, it's never a situation where you're kind of like, oh, he's a little pro-government here or he's a little pro-defense here. He really kind of gives both sides their wins when it's applicable, right? And even as in terms of just his body language while listening to the testimony, and if there's an objection from one side, so for example, if the defense has an objection to the prosecution's line of questioning, he kind of gives the prosecution a little bit of leeway to be like, okay, maybe you want to rephrase that question so that way we can get rid of the objection, so that way we can continue on with the proceedings. And then if there's a point where, there's an objection, there has to be a discussion that's had in the sidebar, he's willing to do a sidebar. And so from the most part, and this should be how every judge kind of operates a courtroom, I think you should always take notes from Judge Arun Subramanian. He is above board, he is fair on both sides, and really it's never a situation where you have to feel like he is, or you think that he is biased in any sort of way.
Let me get another question to you, Elizabeth, before we have to let you go. This is from Lisa5472. How was Diddy when they finally said the juror was dismissed?
I think he was a little bit disappointed, I'm not going to lie, especially given the long kind of defense letter that was put in over the weekend, given the arguments that were made by his defense attorneys. Outside of just Xavier Donaldson, it was also, Brian Steele did make a quick argument on Friday, but also Mark Agnifilo too. And so I think from what I could tell of just Diddy's body language and demeanor, it seemed like this was something he was kind of a little upset about as far as this particular juror being dismissed. And so, it's interesting to see kind of how his movements have been so far ever since then, especially because we're seeing so many summary witness charts and all of this stuff, and they're putting all the pieces of the puzzle kind of in a chart format to the jury. But he did seem a little down and disappointed by this juror's dismissal today.
Elizabeth, before we dismiss you, before you have to head back into the courtroom, aside from just the kind and positive comments you've been receiving from our viewers, and at least one person who's concerned about when you're actually getting lunch and when you have time to eat, I did want to ask you this question from Shai. Please ask Elizabeth Milner, what is used to block the face of pseudonym witnesses?
They do not block the face of pseudonym witnesses. The witnesses we see inside the courtroom, they're fully present. We can see their faces. We can see their demeanor on the stand. Obviously, as I'm reporting kind of what they had been saying, I have to be extremely careful not to reveal their names. But as far as just any type of shielding that they use to kind of shield their physical appearance, none of that from what we see. Even in the overflow room, it's not a situation where the people in the overflow room are getting a box or anything like that in terms of covering covering the witness's face. And that's why there's been so many kind of issues after these witnesses have testified, even if it's during a break where people kind of, might have a little bit of loose lips and they'll come out, they'll text their friends or do it in a live stream and reveal the witness's true identity. So There's nothing that we see covering their face. We see them all in full form.
And I appreciate you clarifying that because, when we put up the courtroom sketches and there's a blocked out face, people might believe that there's something that was used to cover their face. That's not the case. You just have to be very careful about not only describing, obviously not their identity, but even some physical characteristics or defining features where people might be able to determine who that person is. Elizabeth Milner, I know you have to jump back in court. Thank you so much. It was great seeing you.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so now I want to continue the conversation when we have a few more minutes. Ali, I'll start with you. I get the question all the time. Do you think Sean Combs is going to take the stand? Obviously, it's his decision. But you, at the end of the day, you have to think, does he think it's necessary at this point in the case? What do you think?
I don't think that Sean Combs should testify. I think that it is not beneficial to him at all. I think that he should just let the defense counsel try to put their witnesses together the best they can to try to just help paint the picture of, hey, I was a bad guy, I did bad things, but I'm not a criminal. I don't really know how successful that they will be, considering that they have a lot of evidence to refute. As you said, it's an uphill battle. But I don't think that there's anything that he can say that he hasn't already said, right? We talked about the video, we've talked about there was been a lot of statements that were made by Sean Combs before he was actually charged with a crime. So I don't think that it's beneficial to him at all to take the stand.
William, I'll throw that question to you as well, but we also got this other question. Let me see if I can find it. It was related to it. Hold on. Where is it? It was a question about whether or not he gets an agreement. Where is it? I'll come back to that question. William, stand by. I'll come back to that question for you. Let me see if I can find it. Afi, let me go to you. This is from Mayo D. Do you think Diddy's aware that Kanye appeared in court last week for him?
Of course he's aware. Diddy is very aware of everything that's happening in social media, in traditional media, as it relates to him. We've seen that he's said things to YouTubers, and he said things or things to bloggers in court. He has a publicist, a media person who is on the ground every day. He is 100% aware. He is a media maven. He's the media man. Yes, he knows.
Mm-hmm. How about this one? Let me throw this one to you, William, as I try to find the other one. This is from Sandra Jazz. Hi from Romania. Wow. Hello from Romania. That's amazing. If Diddy gets charged, probably convicted. If Diddy gets convicted, how much time will he get? By the way, love your show. Thank you so much. William, over to you.
Well, I think it's going to be a substantial sentence. I think the possibility exists that he's going to go to prison for decades. I really do. And I think it's likely that he will see double digits at a minimum. I think we're probably talking about 20, 30 years if he's convicted across the board.
Remember, it's a minimum 15 years in prison on the sex trafficking charge. So it's really, really significant as we talk about it. Let me go to you, Afi, as we look from, I want to find that question. Okay, let me ask you this. Question from Denise Rose, Afi. This is about, I guess it's about the other, not the criminal charges, because this is the only criminal case he's facing, but talk about the civil lawsuits. Elizabeth and Jesse, you guys are the best. Thank you so much. Does anyone know what's going on with the other charges that was brought against him from other women? Nothing has been said about them. Again, I think they're referring to the other civil cases. So if I can tweak that question, what should we expect from those cases as this criminal prosecution continues?
Well, while this is kind of like a parallel situation, you've got civil and criminal. Usually all the civil matters are stayed until we resolve the criminal matter. And I expect after the criminal matter is resolved, even not even dealing with the appeal, but after this initial matter is resolved, don't know if there will be an appeal or not, if there's a conviction or not guilty or, hung jury. After this one is settled, we'll then deal with the civil issues. And I also anticipate a lot more civil matters that are going to be brought up even after this trial. Everything is, I guess, right now just pretty much on hold.
William, now I found that question. Well, actually, my producers found that question. So thank you. This is from Nat Lai. If Sean Combs testifies against KK, meaning Christina Coram, could he get some agreements?
No, he's the big fish here. He's the one they're looking for. So I don't really imagine that they would cut him some sort of immunity agreement so that KK ends up being convicted of anything. Again, it's just not how this would really work.
Got a question for you, Aaliyah. I think there's one of the big interests in this case was not only the evidence, not only the testimony, but celebrities who are going to be mentioned, who's going to be named, which I think is a misconception about the case. This is from Andre Washington. Will the prosecution show the freak-off videos, and will any celebrities be named that are in the video? So it's assuming a lot. Your thoughts on this?
It is assuming a lot. I think that, as I understand, some of the freak-off videos have been shown to the jurors in the actual courtroom. Do I think that there will be a broadcast of media of individual engaging in sexual activity? No, I do not think that. I think that, I don't know how you can, I don't think that will be the case at all. But I do think that from a standpoint of celebrities being named, I think that's kind of just like what we're looking for from a watcher or viewer at home. You just want to see, who else is involved and who else is going on, right? I don't think that they're going to start naming celebrities that were in the specific freak-offs, to the extent that the jurors might have seen celebrities that they are aware of in those actual videos. I don't know whether it'll give any credence to them, but I don't think that we're going to start listing off who was in freak-off video number 1, 2, or 3 as far as celebrities are concerned.
And it seems to me the only people who were in it were the alleged victims and the sex workers, right? I think that there was a misconception that, this case is going to be at every single white party or every single party and who engaged in what. It's a very specific prosecution, which, let me just throw one more question to you. This is from RSS. If the jury votes to convict on trafficking and transportation, can they vote for nullification on RICO? That's not allowed, but explain why jury nullification, what it is, why that's not allowed. And I guess the question, if we tweak that question, could they be hung on RICO?
There's always an opportunity for a jury to be hung, right? I think that based off of the juries have to go based off of the evidence that's presented. So from jury nullification to say, I'm not going to decide on these charges based off of the evidence that was presented, you can't do that if there is enough evidence, right? The whole argument is, did the prosecution meet their burden of proof in the evidence of their case in chief that was proffered? If there was evidence that was proffered to support these charges, no, you can't say, actually, we're just not going to convict on this because we don't want to. That's not the way that this works, right? So I think from the standpoint of, can we just decide that we're not going to convict off of these things? No, right? Or you can decide that we don't agree that the evidence meets that, but that, of course, has to be all of the jurors. And I think that there's no juror with any common sense that would look at the evidence and say, there's no RICO here at all.
Let me go to two more questions that we got up here. We got a super chat question from Alexis Odell. Alexis, thank you so much. William, will they offer other agreements for higher ups?
I think that's already happened. I think that KK's immunity agreement shows that they've already considered who the higher ups are. And again, the government's case is just about over. And if they were going to be offering agreements, it would have happened already. So I think that we know that KK got an agreement. We know that, for example, the gentleman who used to work at the hotel as a security guard, we know that he got an immunity agreement. So I think the agreements are already there. So I think that's the answer to that question.
Okay, Afi, this is from Jan Savannah. As Jane's testimony seems not as clear-cut, what impact does that have on the prosecution's case if they've proven much of their case with Cassie's testimony? That's a good question.
No, I think that Jane's testimony for me was a little bit of an issue, but I think that what I've said before is that Jane's testimony just really put a light on Cassie's situation. I think Jane's age is an issue, 35 versus Cassie when she got involved in this situation when she was 19. Because I think if there were any questions about the validity of Cassie's testimony and what she went through and the fact that she was coerced, she was abused, she was her parents were extorted. I think if there was any issue before, Jane's testimony supported the fact that Cassie really had no agency. She really had no autonomy. She really was hamstrung by Diddy. So I do think that there was a problem with Jane's testimony with respect to her being a victim, but I think it just really helped the argument for Cassie.
We got the final question I'm going to throw to everybody. I'll start with it. Paul Franti asks, Jesse, how long do you expect the jury to deliberate? If they really look at all of this evidence, days. I don't think that this is going to be an easy deliberation process. Don't they have to spend a significant amount of time weighing the credibility of a Cassie, weighing the credibility of a Jane, weighing the credibility of a Mia, weighing the credibility of a Brianna Bengolan, seeing if they find issues with one, does that talk about the issues with the other, trying to go through all of this evidence of travel records, racketeering, all the underlying crimes. I mean, the jury instructions, just even trying to understand the jury instructions. I don't put money down, but I will tell you, if they get the case on a morning, the likelihood that they're going to come back with a verdict on all of the charges by the end of the day, unless they're really motivated by, I don't know, something, I think it is incredibly unlikely.
I agree. I don't think this is going to be something where, you take all the evidence back and then in an hour we have a guilty or not guilty verdict, especially because we also haven't heard whatever evidence is going to be proffered by the defense in their case in chief. I think that from a human factors standpoint, we decide very immediately whether or not we believe someone or not. So I think from a credibility of the witnesses, the jurors have already decided whether or not who they believe and who they don't. I think they've already made those decisions. It's just a matter of having the conversation with the other jurors. Do we all agree that we believe Cassie Ventura, or do we believe Jane 1 or the other special agents or whoever the witnesses were? Do we all agree that we believe those things? And
they may be persuaded or change their opinion based on having conversations with the other jurors. I mean, we have this poll up, which elements of RICO have the feds proven? All of the above, 45%. Sex trafficking, 31%. Bribery, 17%. Forced labor, 5%. Afi, go back to you. How long do you think the jurors are going to deliberate?
I think it's going to be 2.5 days.
Okay. Very specific. Any reason why 2.5 days?
Well, I feel like they're going to get it in the afternoon. So that's the half day. And then another 2 days, they're probably going to ask about 2 or 3 questions. And that's it. Anything longer, I think we've got a hung jury issue.
William, William, you agree?
No, 5 days.
5 days. Why do you think 5 days?
5 days. 5 days. Because I think that for the first day and a half, they're sorting through the judge's instructions, which are going to be exceptionally long. They're going to be complicated. They're then going to have a couple of questions about those instructions themselves before they even dig into everything. Then it's going to take 2 days to go through all the testimony, and then 1 day to convince whoever else is not on the same side, and that gets us to 5 days.
Afi, I'll give you a quick chance to respond to that, and then I have one more follow-up for William.
I think it's so, I hear you, William, but I think it's just so clear cut. It does, if anything longer than 2.5 days, you've got issues with a hung jury because you're going to have those jurors who have already made up their mind, who are not budging. You have to study jury deliberations. Like jurors, they're just, their own creature. And you have to think of, the coalitions that have already been built and just the relationships that are going on, the dynamics, the socioeconomic classes. With all that said, they've made up their minds very early on, I think. And all you need is 2.5 days. Anything longer, you've got your holdouts, and you're not going to change the mind of a holdout after 3 days.
By the way, okay, so I want to throw this final question to you, William, because it came up. Cheryl Willis asks, did you just say that we know Christina Coram got an agreement, or did you mean Mia? I don't remember it being definitive that she got an agreement, because then we got this super chat question from Angie. Angie, thank you so much. Why would KK get a deal but not be called to testify for the prosecution?
So let's address those backwards. So she could get a deal, and then the government could decide that it isn't worth calling her, or they don't need her, or there's too much exposure there if they do call her. For some reason, I was under the impression she did get a deal. But if she didn't get a deal, then that explains why she isn't testifying, because she's going to plead the fifth across the board.
Yeah. And look, we expected that was what was going to happen. She was going to get some sort of protection, testify, being that connective tissue. At this point, maybe not the case. But I'll tell you what, great questions, great analysis, great panel from Afi Patterson, William Corman, Aaliyah Roberts. Thank you all so much for coming on. Really, really appreciate all of you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, before we wrap things up, as you know, we're doing these shows every day, but if you wanted a little bit more information about what's been happening in court every day, well, let me tell you what, the second season of Law&Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, is up. It's hosted by yours truly. It is back June 17th, tomorrow. It is exclusively on Wondery Plus. The trailer just dropped. You can find it right now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You can subscribe now to be the first to know when we drop new episodes. And we're going to be breaking down each day of testimony in this compelling narrative format. And it's not only going to feature me, it's featuring incredible reporting from our very own Elizabeth Milner, some of our favorite Law&Crime analysts and experts like Natalie Whittingham-Burrell, Dave Arenberg, Safa Robinson-Ferrer. So we hope you guys can check it out. Thank you so much. Come check us out tomorrow. We're going to do another lunchtime show. And also, of course, we're going to do our daily recap with Elizabeth Milner on Sidebar, everything that happened today in court. That'll be up later tonight. Thanks so much, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll catch you next time.
slip and slide from that Astro. wild out there.
Alright, so basically,
Why would you tell anybody to stay in Jersey? That has what business of that is anybody? Why do you want anybody to know where you lay your head anywhere with your state? Why would you care? It's ridiculous. Like, because you never use your address, you use your birth address, obviously. You know how we use it in the city. That's what I'm saying.
my cousin's name.
You do it that way anyway. So why are you building your own spot
Jose
here that
from
never knew?
Bahamas. Yamaka. Eddie, Eduardo, Signorelli, and Alexandra. That was my cousin. Yamaka. It's really Amaka, but I added a Y.
Hey, wild out. So what's the... You're wild out. You wild out. I can't even say niggas kick you out the way. You wild out too. I just fucking these grimy ass. Oh, but you know they don't. Two shit gonna be hard to beat. Maybe two shit's not. They just giving you the evidence of this shit. It's like, probably you just want to say like, yo, man, fuck it, man. The way the government did it, you don't. But if anything, it's probably that. You know what I mean? Because they showing. You know what I'm saying? Look, he said, like he said, they sent Jules. They got the shit that they established that with the Jane, Cassie and Jules, and how. I think it was Cassie. Jane and Jules too. Jane and Jules too. Jane and Jules too. Why would they not? Guy that was beating Cassie with a big people. I'm saying so Jules probably with Jane too. I can't remember. Because the guy just said it for free. He just told me to say. White guy. On the last live I just did, he became good Lord. So that's the first time I bought him on my channel. I couldn't go to him. Because when I was getting the script, I was getting imagine that, he ain't back. I come to court, I don't know nobody, and I found him. Straight. Brian, someone did Brian Brady. We about to go live right now? He giving me some updates. He about to go update. Brian is the bad. All the white ladies love him. Like me over here. So Uda get over there is going to be him. And he ain't going to like me so much. I'm going to take a lot of attention. Hopefully. I already got my videos. I'm alright. I did what? 19, 19, and 11. Both of them. My other sister was 19 and live. Second live did 19,000. The last one did 11. Stop. You'll be lying. And that was longer than the other one. I'm going to do that because I ended up going over the 2 hours. I was just talking and shit, getting that. I like to do 20, 30, whatever.
I am okay with no underscores. Let me see. I'm going to make it right now. I'm going to go live on. I'm on Instagram right now. I am okay with no underscores. I'm going to go right now.
I'm telling everybody now. Did it and they got to 1,000 on this month. I want my Instagram to make it. Instagram is so big. I'm gonna help it out on 10,000. Guys are quick. Big Instagram channel like this channel. So regardless of what happens here, that channel will help get this back here. 10,000 here, here. Wow. Guys gonna have to monetize. I don't know if you need 10 anymore. Now you're talking about monetize, I think you need 1,000 to monetize. I grabbed 1,000 out of that, so that's set up. You got the live bond. Now, see the Instagram bond. Am I working with that? Then we can monetize Facebook. Every platform monetize. Now we're working. Monetize. Yeah, every time you go live on any. Now when you go live on every platform. Boom! Every 21st is a what's it? Oh, and when you get to monetization, you add the card. Whatever, however you want to do. Direct deposit, they get it right the magnet does have a clip. Oh, no, I was wondering about a clip.
Then you have an interview, and I lost it. Check out DNA, check them out. They have their knowledge over there. I will. Like if you ask them a question, they can answer. You go to Home Depot, DNA set free knowledge from people.
People have like whole bios that are
That's the first thing I love, voice. It's very important. Once you got a good voice, you can be crystal clear. That's why I'm talking to the voice.
Thank you. Thank you for getting on. Thanks for the live. Thank you guys. Thank you. Donkey Lees, 97, Reed, Bird, 7 Cruz. Thank you for getting on. Rainbow, thank you for getting on. Nadia, thank you. Just Spring One, thank you. Molly, thank you for getting on. Top free. Old Crooks, thank you for getting on, guys. Thank you. Monty Joy, thank you. Whoa, Bessie. Tika, thank you for getting on. Tony Scott, thank you for getting on. User 683590, French 7. Welcome. Andrew. Thank you for Shelly Copeland. Ryan. Getting on. Martin. Summer Russell. ETTN. Ryan, Mika. Thank you for getting on, guys. Nadia, like that. Meg, Johnny, how you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Thank you for getting on, guys. Thank you for going live. Thank you. Good. Miss Diva, I see you. Captain, I see you. Naru, I see you. Milton, hi. Hangers, Air, how you guys doing? Thank you guys for getting on. Thank you guys, thank you. Good job, guys. Good job, guys. Good job. Thank you for coming on live, guys. Thank you. We have Sean Combs. We got Sean Diddy Combs. Try, guys. Stay on. Lord, don't forget to follow. Don't forget to follow me, guys. Don't forget to follow me. Make sure you follow me. Make sure you guys follow. Rick Mason, thank you. Jack Long, thank you for following. Amazing, guys, amazing. So we hear ice cream. Thank you, user 4, 6, 7, and 8. Thank you, Cindy. Like the live. Thank you. Thank you. Yolanda, thank you. Like the live. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yolanda, thank you. Gina Alexa, thank you. Jesse Actor, number 2. Gift badge. Amazing, guys. Thank you. Don't forget to follow me. Don't forget to follow. Don't forget to follow, guys. Alright, don't forget to follow. Good job, guys. We had a Sean Combs. We had the Diddy trial right now, guys. Let's see what got Ocean Entertainment. I'm new to this. How do I follow? Just go to my page and click follow. Delano, simply just go to my page and click follow. look my name up and you'll follow me. So look at my name. Follow me. Good job, guys. Good job. I love the live. Live real simple. Just follow me. Don't forget to follow. Don't forget to follow. Don't forget to like it. Don't forget to like too as well. Don't forget to like. Don't forget to like and don't forget to follow. Are you a New Yorker? Yep. Yep. I am a New Yorker. But yes, I am. Milano, Seacoast. Yes, I am. Thanks for asking. I used to live in Queens 40 years ago. I'm in Arizona. I was in Arizona sometime last week. Not last week, sorry. A month ago. I love Arizona. It's amazing. I love Arizona. Amazing, amazing. It's warm, it's hot. I drove from Vegas to Arizona. It's hot. But I love it. I ain't gonna lie. Like the live. Thank you. You know, thank you for going live anyway. Don't forget to follow me now. Don't forget to like. Get the like on, get the like button, and then follow me. Don't forget. Don't forget to follow me and don't forget to like. All you guys online, amazing. Amazing. Hit that like button. Hit that like button, don't forget. I press the like, but it's not allowing me to follow you. I don't know why. Why is not allowing you to follow me? Yolanda, why is not allowing you to follow me? Go to my real page, my real TikTok page, and click follow. Go to my TikTok page and click follow. You should see that follow right there. Just go to my TikTok page. Voice of Octopus TikTok page. They should have it on there. Yeah, go to my TikTok page. Go to my TikTok page and follow me. We got the Diddy trial in Lower Manhattan. Quiet, busy. Yes, sir, it was successful. Good job. Juliana, good job. Thank you. Thanks for following. Don't forget to like them. They didn't want to do guys follow me. Go to my TikTok page and follow me. Follow me on Instagram too as well. Follow me on YouTube too as well. African Diddy. lying to African. So now that's my man behind the camera right there. So if you want to go to a force of occupants, they're gonna be African people. So I don't want to be surprised and be like, I want to. Right. You know what I mean? Yeah. I appreciate you, boy. That's my man right there. That's my mind. Okay, so where we are here, yes. So good. So good job, guys. Good job for being live. Thank you guys for being live. Don't forget to like the button. Don't forget to hit the like button and follow me. Alright? You got like and follow. You got like and follow. Stevens Coleto. Thank you for being a part. Landless, she's on. Reservations join. Landless on. Reservations join. Who else is joined? Ita. Ita just joined. How you doing, Ita? Just joined. Susan Brooks just joined. Sheila just joined. Good job, guys. Myself. I talked through all, but I applied to send to you. Go ahead. Gelanto, go ahead. Gelanto, simple. You said what? Talk me through this, although I buy stuff to send to you. Thank you. Amazing. Thank you. Hey man, one question, bro. Somebody asked you, how do you get a token?
A token? So, goddamn. Talk to me though. I bought stuff. So you had to go on TikTok gifts.com. Thank you for the likes. And I'm not gonna lie, I wish you could get a profile now. I'm not telling you what to do. But you're not following me and everything. But I thank you for the likes, I really do. It was hard to tell. I thought you had a spam. Oh, this one here. I don't know if there's something wrong with hey Kelly. Nah, you know what? So she didn't follow you. So make sure y'all follow, guys. Follow. Oh, she did? But it ain't because you click on it and it say follow. She's not following you. Because if she was following you, it would say follow back. But it say follow like you will. Kelly. Hey, Kelly. Kelly not following you either. But no, but follow guys and share. Love you all. And the algorithm just got to get better. But it's good because you should be doing a lot right now because someone's saying, hey, you're 1,000 followers. So that's why I say you're in the right place. Okay, guys. Thank you for the light. Thank you
follow me. She says you know how to follow me.
Delano, you, let me see, Delano. I'm gonna follow you, Delano. Follow me back, Delano. Stay with me. Please talk to me through this. Also, I'm about to continue. You got 3,000 likes. Yeah. You got 89 followers. So somebody follow you. Follow me back, Delano. Kelly. Hey, Kelly. Follow me, guys. Love y'all. Name him. How are you? Thank you, Delano. I gotta help you manage your profile because you need. I'm gonna tell you something. Let's go out there. Guys, I'll be right back. I love you all. Make sure you follow. I'm gonna go post a video right there. Thank you, Nano. I'm over here screaming. You need something to catch on. You need something to make the algorithm push on the loud. It's not your fault. You're doing it. TikTok algorithm. Yeah, okay, so profile. Okay. Oh, hell, you got 4,000 views on my video. Yeah, that's the only problem. Yeah, see, you got the, you're on the right path. And you're pushing out videos really fast. Everybody do it. Everybody. I ain't even everybody do it. And they always wonder, well, why I can't get like that? Why am I like, for example, I'm still doing something. I know you know my page. I only have 3 videos. Yeah, look. One got 3.5 million, one, but I deleted, I had more than that. 30,000 views. Yeah, bro, follow my style. So, yeah, well, not even that, but you will never know. We don't know what TikTok is. But in order for the find out is, you can't keep pumping it out and not delete it. Yeah, but you know, you're not helping TikTok out. You're not helping TikTok. You gotta help TikTok out. TikTok. So, all right, well,
You know, matter of fact, your question to you, I'll give you.
exactly. Yeah, but I hope you still have, because some of these videos you love, you put your all into it. Right.
I'll do the strategy.
That's how many people went on your profile, 30 something. Another YouTube, you can follow them and all that, but you want them to come to you. You don't want to come to them. Yeah, follow myself. So let's go off. You got beautiful videos. You got really good videos. And TikTok know you do, but you gotta help TikTok out because the reason why I say that TikTok's so oversaturated with content creators, they can't push everything. You got the best shit in the world, bro. It's that one of your shit got 14 views, so you're doing good. Okay. But in order to make it past that 14, you gotta delete the ones that ain't that stop. Yeah, bro. I'm gonna help you out. Yeah, follow my lead, bro. I swear to God, I ain't gonna leave you alone, bro. I ain't gonna leave you alone, man. If you do it easy, I'm gonna just delete the smallest videos, bro. Not the biggest ones. Yeah. Smaller ones.
Go ahead, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna learn for you, man.
This gonna help put your shit at the top, man. So when you go live, people. But I'm gonna have to put something like once I delete all these, I'm gonna have to post you or me or whoever have to post one more. You know what I'm saying? Just to show TikTok again. I'm still working, you know what I'm saying? I need you, TikTok. Right. And then once we get you to 10,000 followers, you can make money off your video. And now I hate the delete.
Play him out, bro.
Right. But
Thank you.
you're a creator. You can do it
Thank
again.
you. Smart man. Smart man.
Right. So I'm just needing the smallest room, man. That doesn't get no more food. Good shit, but
You've been doing it, bro.
I've been out there. I'm telling you, bro. I'm an expert, bro. You saw my YouTube already. I 1,000.
I know.
1,000 is good, man. Like, see what I'm saying? I'll be right back, chat. I love you all. What's up, folks? I love you all. I'm going to end it for a minute. I'm working on my boy African Diddy right there. Come to TikTok, African Diddy. We're going to be going live in a few minutes. Come to you later. Love you all. Bye. And me and you, I'm going to co-host you. I'm live. You're going to keep it up. I can work. You see some of my TikTok live blew up. On here, it's the same method on here. I only got 2 videos. Same method. One got 50,000. Lucky. Yep, so same method. Alright, let's mean you get to work. All of that stuff. You're going to do it. I'm going to fix you up. I'm going to do it like it's on my account. I'm going to treat it like, you know, I have 2 accounts. I do both of my accounts. This how I know it ain't. This how I know it ain't by look. I know it's not by look. It's not coincidence. This my other account. Only 7,000. Video. Same strategy, bro. Get out of here. Same strategy. This got money, dog.
Yes, so it works. Yeah,
it works. That's how I know it works. It works on any platform. I go any platform. Same thing. Like this got 5 videos. You got more room for this. You don't need this. It's taking more room. You know what I'm saying? You're doing other stuff. And it's a good video.
Right.
But you can TikTok know what it is like. Showtime everybody.
Yeah, man, I'll find you that video.
I got you, bro. I promise. They think they're
Bingo.
It don't work like that. And then they want to watch channel only got 3 videos. Working another man.
Yeah. Right.
Still get more motion in there. Make your money, bro. I'm taking, I'm doing your shit right, bro. I promise. See, like this, I got 3 videos, but look, you go way up to a few, and this one got 4,000. You know, so this video way down here shouldn't be that low. Like it should be up already.
Anything that the 500, they move it.
Well, yeah, I know. I want to take it easy with you so you can see what I'm doing. But you already too far stuff ahead anyway. I'm still
you my man.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, you put me on, bro.
I promise. After this, you'll never. I don't like to tell nobody what I do. I don't like to tell nobody that they put a lot of work in it. There you go. You just make the sit there anyway. What you do? You can always
Thank you.
always
After this, though, man, after you listen to it, I'm going to be a smart man.
Yeah,
I'm going to take it up.
watch if you go to a big celebrity, they might have fucking 1 million followers on it. 500 videos. Depends on all the manipulation games. That's part of the algorithm. That's how the algorithm like. The algorithm is so saturated with every social media platform. Everybody wants to be famous and shit. They can't promise everybody. They don't teach you. They want you to learn it. They want you to know it. And them the ones who they fuck with. What's up, Yoshi? Oh, I'm sorry, Yoshi. What you want me to do? Well, how about you move? No, I'm sorry. I'll move, Yoshi. I'm sorry. I apologize. How you been? I love you, Yoshi. You're a cool person. I really apologize. I'm sorry. bio right there, so it's easy to do it. You just go to this and you go to link. But I found out about Linktree. So I'm still learning that. And I know what you're saying. Go ahead and delete all of it. That's what I want to do. I want to do it, but I want to do it right, though. I want to do it right. You got some video extra with a lot of views. And that's good for somebody with only 88 followers. 89 followers. That's good. And this 14K should be at the top. And the only way to get it at the top without pinning it, pin it at the top. Do you want to keep the 5,000? Right, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. But you see these right here, you still editing them? Because it's going to be in your way. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure you're good. Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Because it's going to be in your way. You don't want that in your way. And I'm sorry to take your time, but this is going to change your life. And I'm going to teach you something real quick, and I hope you understand, man. This is going to be real important. Now, I don't know how, okay, for example, let me use this for example. This one got 14,000. You want to keep doing numbers like that, you want to keep getting on. Okay, so let's take a look. And I don't know why this one is not showing you, but it's supposed to show you how many people follow you from there. Okay, that's one thing. The second thing is, you want to think about it. You want to say, okay, if it's not about what I post, then how I get 14,000 views on this, right? So you asking that question. So the first thing you want to start with is how long is the video? It's only 9 seconds. And you got 14,000. Okay, that's good. But usually, I never post videos that short. I see it work a lot. Those really work. But if you notice, YouTube, TikTok, mostly all platforms got to set up how long they want your video to be on the show. All the social media always want your shit to be 15. It will either want to be 15 or 60 or 10. But you just saw you had a short video that got 14K. That means it wants you to post shorts. And the reason why I say that is because it wants you to do like this. I'm not going to go into personal shit. It wants you to click on your video. It wants you to, bro, this is real important. You might forget, but I'm going to tell you again one thing. Set it at 15, unless you got a long video, then you set it at 60. But if you want to set it at 15, and make sure it's exactly 15 seconds, 15.0. And keep fucking trying it until you blow up. I'll talk about that another time. Let's just go ahead and figure it out. And then we get back on live and shit like that. He real good video. I don't want to delete him, man.
Yeah.
If you want to, you can
No.
say
I already got this on YouTube already. On Facebook. So
we got to get rid of them. We got to. Except for the high end.
thank you. Smart.
This is how I do all my platforms, bro. I win every time like that. I don't think it's nobody out here got 2.5 million views on this shit like that. These people that got more followers than me still can't do what I do. And you see how I'm choosing, when you see how I'm deleting the videos that ain't got no views on it, I'm deleting shit out of it with no remorse. No remorse. Cause they in the way, bro. They stop you from making money and shit. Listen, way down.
Yeah, bro.
It should be at the top already, man. You should take that damn long.
Right.
I promise, I'm so good at it, I can tell you immediately when the video's gonna blow up or not. Because in the first hour it should have good numbers. If you take all day and tomorrow for the shit to get to 1,000 and all that, you gotta try again. And like that's a good number. 2,000 is a good number. But you move well good now. So, but we're gonna get to that later. First let's get this small number. It's gonna help. Oh, I forgot to tell you. This is a good thing that you deleting all these numbers because all these numbers you delete. Okay, say for example, I'm deleting all these videos. If I calculate all the videos, there should be like thousands and thousands of views. It's gonna go into your next video. You'll see what I'm talking about. One day you're gonna have a fucking video that hit like 60,000. You're like, damn, this motherfucker is powerful. So yup, I got you. And then I noticed you use InShot. A lot of social media they don't like when you put leave the logo in there. It's a certain way you can edit it out, but you still can do it. TikTok you can get away with this shit. And probably YouTube.
I just got a regular plane, so I'll be happy with it.
Logos in there. But you can do it's still working. Nevertheless, see if they ever hit you with a strike. Well, they got different ways you can check it. We'll do that later. Check your account and see if your account in good shape or not. Let me know. Your phone account, sometimes you shit be downloaded and be lagging, so you have to do it all the time. If it takes too long, you can go back to work. But they say account check is basically gonna let me know when it's taking a while, so I might just go back to it later. Or you come back tomorrow. Thank you. Okay, here we go. All man good, your post good, your comments good. Everything looking good. Checking all your videos. See, look. You see that? You got a red mark. You didn't see it though. You seen it? One of your videos, something was wrong with it. But we finna delete it anyway. See, you got another one. It could be anything. Post, you got 2 restrictions. You have 2 posts that don't follow guidelines. But we're going to delete them videos. Either this one, the big fight, I don't know what's going to happen. He probably said something, protest, no king. These are all the details. Based on our moderation and all, we restrict your video from audience. So basically, somebody said violence and order. The content contains strong or sustained scenes of blood and all this stuff. You don't have to always do that though. I'm just doing it because when you put a pin in that or whatever, then we can get these out. So how I go back to this. You don't never have to go do this again. I just try to see what you're working with. That's all. But in order to check your shit, this is another thing. When you post videos, say for example, these just get put down. It's supposed to let you know. TikTok's supposed to let you know if they like your video. Well, I don't see it on your shit. It's called analytics or some shit. But it's not showing up on yours. I don't know why. But it's supposed to let you know if you follow the guidelines. Maybe you don't have a certain following. But it's another way you can check it. Go right here. If you always want to go and check it. How YouTube, bro. You don't really get restricted this shit. But the only thing about it, this is not stricter than YouTube. Like you can get away with it. YouTube, they can ban it forever. But you always want to check these to make sure the video is doing good. Sound removed. See how you got sound removed? That's not good. It hurts the channel. Original sound, but it's got that's why y'all see it. And that's why it's so hard to get followers and push a page out. want that you want to keep the one with 14,000, 4,000, 5,000.
Right, exactly.
Keep them. So all the rest of this shit in the way, man. This shit in the way, man.
I'm level 3, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm level 3, I'll take it.
Right. Now you don't blow up though. The quick I can do this and we need to go live.
Right.
Hell yeah.
My bad.
I got you, bro. My bad. Yeah, I promise you. Right. And I promise you, I want you to keep it at a minimum, step by step. So that way when you go live, what TikTok do is they promote one of your best videos while you going live and it pushes your shit out. So you have more than just a video on TikTok. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out. I don't know how the hell they put my channel on 20,000. I know I had 18. I know I only had 18. Then out of nowhere, man, they was giving me thousands, man. I got lucky, man. So my other channel, they don't get that many people in there. So I don't know why. Delete everything in the 100.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Everything got to go.
Yeah. The hundreds and the 200,
yeah,
300,
right.
all that shit gotta go. 400, 500.
Right, 500, right.
Anything under 1,000 gotta
Bingo.
get out of there.
Thank you.
Got to.
I almost said the same thing. Under 1,000.
Got to.
Yeah.
Got to get out of there.
I'll do anything that's a 4,000.
It don't matter who they is, they in the way.
I can get it. Look, you know what? All that video I got on Facebook anyway, so it's really good.
Right, well that's good. I ain't trying to sit here. But one thing about it, you always can go back and get it back. It's right here, I'm gonna show you. Okay, let me show you. Just in case you want to get it back, go right here, you go to privacy. And you go to, you go to account. Hold on. I got you. You go to activity center. And when you go to activity center, you go to recent delete. And everything down delete, it's still there. You got 30 days to go back and get it. So I'm just showing you that's how you go back and get it. And also, this is how you download everything you've been on live. Say if you've been on live, you go to that. You go to live replay. You can download all of these. See, download. So you download everything that you see out here. You can download it. So we on live and Diddy come out, go back and download it. I gotta lose some weight. Alright. Let's get you right here. This shit gotta go, man.
Yeah, all I'm thinking about, man, is just about anything less than 1,000 burn every day.
Yeah, even if you see this 500 way down here, you already got videos up there. Blue Magic. This shit not still waiting.
Yeah, thank you.
What we waiting for? This one too, man. You got to. So we just gonna keep all the thousands until now. Test it out. I promise I got you, bro. And next time I'm gonna tell you something about social media. It works for me. I'm on Facebook, right? When I first time been monetized on Facebook, I got millions of views on. I can show you. I got millions of views on Facebook. Instagram, my Snapchat. Well, I posted. I raised the leverage on Snapchat. You know what I'm saying? I dominated it, bro. Dominated it like a sport. But how I did it is, I was posting like hell, but now what I know now, for YouTube and TikTok, we only have to post 3 videos a day. I know that sounds crazy. It sounds like, wait, what? But I'm telling you the truth, man. I post more than that sometimes. Like, I post how many you want to. But the minimum, if you don't feel like doing shit, only post 3. If you post a whole lot, let's just say you get on TikTok, you get home, you're doing pumping out videos. If you pump out a lot of videos, by the end of the day, you should know which one you're going to take. All those can't stay there.